Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 13 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And before I call the first case, I just want to apologize to the member of the public for our late start this morning. We were scheduled to start at 10:30, but our administrative meeting went much longer, so I apologize that we did not start on time. All right, our first order of business today is this is a protest hearing status, case number 22PRO00118, Secret Lounge, license number 107123. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Good morning. The Renge Daniel, your access has been elevated. That appears to be everyone, Chairman.
All right, Mr. Daniel.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Can you please elevate Mr. Bianco, please? Or so Mr. Bianco is elevated. Miss, can you please elevate Sable Harris for 1B also, please?
Sable Harris, Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Daniel, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? I know that since Mr. Bianco is here, it's not that pertinent, but if you do. Yes, sir?
George Daniel.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I try to say it.
All right, that's okay. All right. So I'll have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with Mr. Bianco. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Richard Bianco, RICHARD BIANCO. I am counsel for the applicant.
Good morning. Mr. Daniel, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
It's Dereje Daniel, DEREJE. Last name is Daniel, DANEALE.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
His owner.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Harris. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status for this case. Are there, Mr. Bianco, are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Nothing from the applicant.
Ms. Harrison, the preliminary matters you want to bring to the board?
We are still negotiating a settlement agreement, so we're still in the process of that.
All right, thank you. I know that a mediation was scheduled on January 12th. It doesn't appear that the ANC appeared, but if the parties wish us to schedule another mediation, please let us know. All right. This matter then, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Any questions by anyone?
Nothing from the applicant.
And what I would ask the parties, if this matter will definitely be settled, please try to do that and inform the agency as soon as possible, so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. So that's all I'll ask. I'm not saying if you believe that it's truly going to be settled, then I would say advise the agency, and so therefore we will not assign an investigator to this case. All right. Do I need to read the instructions for protest hearing, or are the parties familiar with the instructions?
We'll waive reading of that.
Ms. Harris? The only thing I just want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, you are required to submit your PIP. Failure by either side to provide the agency with a PIP, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. I also want to advise the parties, if this matter goes to a hearing, each side is limited to no more than 4 witnesses, and you'll have 1 hour to present your case. Okay? So good luck with your negotiation. And if this matter is not settled, I'll see you on March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. All right. The next case, so let me call our next case. The next case is case number 22PRO 00119, Red Lounge Hooker, license number 76011. Mr. Donnell, are you? All right. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case? I see that there's a Dean Hunter. I'm not sure who he represents, but can you elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Dean Hunter, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. This is Dean Hunter appearing on behalf of Red Lounge.
Hold on, sir. Do you have a camera you can turn on, Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, I thought it was on, sir. Let me try that again. What's going on here? Let's see, we got the mic on. I don't know why the camera. 1 second, sir.
All right.
Pressing. Display. I really apologize. It would appear. Let's see. Start. Oh, I got it. Start video. I have it. Golly, you would think after all these years of Zooming and everything, we would have this down. Can you see me now? Nope. All right.
Nope.
There
Yes.
we go.
All right, now we can. Good morning, Mr. Hunter. All right.
Good morning, Chairman.
All right. So let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee. Could you please spell and state your name, Mr. Hunter?
My name is Dean Hunter, DEAN, HUNTER, appearing on behalf of Red Lounge.
Mr. Hunter, have you provided a letter of appearance to the agency?
No, we have not. But we did participate in the mediation, and this matter, I think, Sable will consent. This is going to be resolved.
Well, but at the same time, sir, I just ask that you provide the agency with a formal letter of representation. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, Miss Harris, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, this is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board, Mr. Hunter?
No, thank
Ms.
you.
Harris?
As Mr. Hunter stated before, we are working on a settlement agreement and should have that squared away hopefully before the week is up, actually.
All right, thank you. All right, as I said before, if this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 29th, 2023. And if the parties are clear that this matter will be settled, please advise the agency. So therefore, we do not have to assign an investigator to this matter. I know that as I'm looking at the calendar, Ms. Harris, you have now 2 hearings on the 29th at 1:30 before the board. So something has to give, because I don't see how you can do 2 hearings at the same time. But I just want to bring that to your attention. So based on as a representation by the parties, this matter will be settled. So if it's going to be settled, bring that to the attention of the agency as soon as possible. But if it's not settled, then we'll see you on the 29th at 1:30 p.m. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Have a great
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00125, Bros Dynasty, license number 122135. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure. Sam Bekele, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hello.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have a camera that you can turn on?
I have a camera, but I don't know if the system should allow me.
All right.
Yeah, I see. I don't know if it's coming. Yes.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you identify yourself for the record, please, and sir, please spell and state and spell your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Samuel, Samuel. Last name Bekele, Bekele, and the owner of Bros Dynasty Inc.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Miss Harris, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning, Miss Harris. I'm sorry, your last name again, sir.
Bekele.
Bekele?
Bekele, Bekele.
Good morning again, Mr. Bekele. Mr. Bekele, are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring into the attention of the board?
No.
Oh, all right. Ms. Harris, any on your part?
No, other than we are drawing up a settlement agreement here as well, too.
Well, thank you. Then this matter is also scheduled for a protest hearing on March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So that's three. I think that the agency believes but I'll leave it alone. If the parties believe that this matter will truly be settled, please inform us as soon as possible so that we will not assign an investigator to this case. Mr. Bekele, if this matter goes to a hearing, just want to alert you that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to submit a PIP. Failure of the parties to submit documents 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward with the hearing. Also, if we have a hearing, you can only bring 4 witnesses, and you'll have an hour to present your case. Any questions by anyone?
No,
okay.
I don't.
All right. So good luck in your negotiation. Good luck in your negotiation, and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Harris, you can log off. Do you have to log off? But just you can turn your camera off. And because I'm going to call some other case before I come back to you. Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. The next case in our calendar is The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00153 TAP 99, license number 116883. Mr. Oriana, good morning again. Can you please elevate the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Nick Dunn, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Hold on, please. Mr. Dunn, who do you represent, sir?
AMV condominium.
So you are one of the, you are the protester. That's
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
Mr. Oriana, there is no licensee on. Is there? Can you please check for me, sir, if there is anyone on the call who is here for TAP 99?
Sure, 1 second. I'm not getting a response. Jason Cherry and Alexandra Jurowitz are not in the waiting area, so not
Alexandra.
Thank you.
Alexandra represents Envy. I'm standing in her place because she can't make it today. Jason Cherry represents TAP 99.
All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Dunn, can you? Good morning. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Nicholas Nicholas Dunn Dunn.
And who do you represent, sir?
The Envy condominium.
You're one of the group of five or more. You're the representative of the group of five or more. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. This matter was scheduled for protest hearing status for 10:30 this morning for TAP 99. It is now 11:07. We have the protestant here. The licensee is not here, and we have requested that if the licensee for this establishment, if they're on that, they failed to appear. So based on the failure of the licensee to appear, and it's clear to both the ANC, the group of five or more, and the licensee that you are required to show up at the roll call hearing, and you're also required to show up at the status hearing. And based on the failure of the licensee to show up at the protest hearing, status hearing, I'm making a motion that their renewal application be dismissed.
Apologies. I see the Jason Cherry in the waiting area.
I'm sorry, then I stand corrected. Can you please elevate Mr. Cherry, please?
Jason Cherry, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Cherry, do you have a camera to turn on, sir? Mr. Cherry.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I just received a call from somebody. I'm so sorry that I missed this. I can certainly log back in on a laptop if I need to show a face.
All right, well, you're here, so you're fine, sir. You have made it in the nick of time. So
I'm so sorry again, and I appreciate the call from whoever I received that from.
all right. All right. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Jason Cherry, JASON CHERRY.
And your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am the owner.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Dunn, again, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Nick Dunn. I represent the group of 5 coming from the Envy condominium.
All right, good morning, sir. All right, this is a show cause hearing. Protest hearing status. Now, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Meaning that not substantive, but are you having any issues, or is this matter going to be settled? Just that type of, Mr. Cherry. Let's start with Mr. Cherry first.
I'm sorry, I had a little difficulty understanding what you just asked. I am scheduled for mediation with the protestant group this coming Friday.
On March 3rd, yes. I see, yeah, the mediation is scheduled for March 3rd, 2023. All right, that's fine. Mr. Dunn, any preliminary matters that you want to bring to our attention?
No, I was just going to echo what he said. We're scheduled for this Friday, and we're hoping to be able to reach a acceptable conclusion.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, if the matter is not settled, then this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, let me provide some instructions what will happen now. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal, from our legal office, that will include a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is also limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you'll have only 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. Any questions by anyone?
No.
No, sir.
All right. So good luck on your mediation. If the parties believe that this matter will settle, please advise the agency as quickly as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. Good luck with your mediation. And if you believe that after that mediation, if you need a follow-up another follow-up mediation, you can let the mediator know that you will need another date, and we will accommodate that. Okay? Good luck with your mediation, and if this matter is not settled, then I will see you on March 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
And to confirm, sir, that was April 5th.
I'm sorry, I apologize. April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. April 5th. I apologize. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00136, TG Cigars, license number 97774. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Risa Harao, your access has been elevated. Elizabeth Bernard, your access has been elevated. Charles Jewett, your access has been elevated. Stephen McCarthy, your access has been elevated. Party. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. So let us start with the licensee. Ms. Hero, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please?
Sure. Risa Hirao, RISA, last name HIRAO, with the law firm of Pascal Weiss and Hirao, and I am counsel for TG Cigars.
All right, good morning.
Good
All right.
morning, everyone.
All right, so let's have Miss Bernard. Please
Good
identify yourself
morning.
for the record, please.
Good morning, Elizabeth, ELIZABETH, Bernard, BERNARD. I'm co-representative of the group of 5+ protestants from the Whitman.
Mr. Jewett? Mr. Jewett?
Yeah, good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. My name
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
My name is Charles, CHARLES Jewett, JEWETT, and I'm co-representative of the Whitman with Elizabeth Bernard.
Good morning, sir. Mr. McCarthy, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Commissioner Stephen McCarty, STEVENMCCARTY, representing ANC Commission 2G, specifically SMD 2G04.
Good morning. And
Good morning.
Mr. Jewett, just want to let you know that if there is any assistance that you need from the agency to ensure that communication is not available, please reach out to the agency and we'll provide that to you, sir. Okay?
Great, thank you.
All right. Are there any preliminary? Are there preliminary matters in this? Do you have any preliminary issues, Ms. Hero, that you want to bring to our attention?
No preliminary matters on behalf of the licensee.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCarty? Mr. McCarthy?
Myself and the group of 5 represented, plus 5 from the Whitman, represented by Elizabeth and Charles, would just like to request a mediation date.
All right. Let's see. And all right, Mr. Jewett, any preliminary matters outside of the mediation?
No, sir.
And Ms. Bernard?
Same, no, we'd just like to get a mediation date.
All right, the agency will ensure that a mediation will be scheduled. Dates will be provided to the parties for this matter to be mediated. And just as a matter of record, I would just like to advise both you, Mr. Jewett, and also Ms. Bernard, that this matter is being protested by the ANC and 2 groups of 5 or more. And just want to let you know that if a settlement, hold on a minute. If a settlement is reached between the ANC and the licensee, if the 2 groups are not a part of that settlement agreement, their protests will fall just by operation of law. Just want to let you know that, and there's nothing that the board can do to force parties to force the ANC to include you in a settlement agreement. I'm hoping that the parties, yes, Mr. Jewett.
Yeah, could you please clarify? I think I heard you say that there are 2 groups of 5 that are protesting. I'm only aware of our group protesting.
No, I guess the reason why it's the group of the way it's written on the information that's provided to me, it says that Elizabeth Bernard represents one and Charles Jewett represents another group, but it's just one group. Is that correct? Well, that's fine. So it's just information that I have. It was, I thought there were 2 different groups, but that's fine. But just want as a matter of law, just want to inform the groups that if a settlement agreement is reached with the ANC, if the group is not a part of it, that the group's protest will fall. That's just as a matter of law, and there's nothing that the agency can do to prevent that from occurring. It's just an FYI, that's all, nothing else.
Great.
Yes, sir. All right. Okay, so the agency will ensure that in mediation that you should be contacted shortly with a date for the mediation. Okay. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing. If this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And I just want to also advise the parties if you believe after the mediation that it is going to be settled, let the agency know as quickly as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. Any questions?
No, Chairman.
All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about the hearing. Following this hearing, you will be receiving an email from ABRA Legal that will include a copy of a protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to these cases, to the issues that are being protested. Any questions by anyone?
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When will this email be sent?
Which email that you're talking about regarding?
The email that, oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. The email containing the PIF
Oh,
and the instructions?
Probably either close of business today or tomorrow. But
Okay.
at some point in the next couple of days, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal. All the parties will receive an email from ABRA Legal that will provide the instructions of a PIP and what is done. And if any of the parties, if you have any questions, this is the protestants or licensee, you can reach out to our agency, and ABRA Legal will provide whatever information you need to move forward in the process if you have never done that. But yes, you'll get this email sometime this week from ABRA Legal. Any questions by anyone? All right. Well, thank you very much. You will also get an email very shortly with some proposed dates for the mediation. And good luck with the mediation and whatever discussions that you have towards settlement. As I've always informed folks that the board supports settlements because it's the renewal of a license. And so at least if the parties can settle this matter, then at the end of the day, both sides are happy. If the matter is not settled and the board has to make a decision, then one side might be happy and the other side is unhappy. So that's one of the reasons why the board supports settlements of issues if it can be settled. But anyway, if this matter is not settled, then we'll see you on April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22, PRO 00121, MK Lounge and Restaurant license number 88787. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the ANC in this case, please?
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Evan Schlom, your access has been elevated. Sable Harris, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Mr. Chair, Richard Bianco, RICHARD, BIANCO, counsel for the applicant.
Good morning. Ms. Harris, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, this is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, ELHARRIS, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning. Mr. Shum, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Evan Schlom, that's spelled E, V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy. Last name is S as in Sam, C as in Charlie, HLOM as in Mary. On my own behalf as an abutting property owner.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Mr. Bianco, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
The parties are working towards settlement. We received a draft agreement from Mr. Schlom. We're working on it. Hopefully we'll get there. We will inform the board as soon as we finalize things, which I'm relatively confident we will.
All right. Thank you. Any other representation by the ANC? Ms. Harris? Mr. Schramm?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, then if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on March. I'm sorry, that cannot be. Oh, March 15th. It's scheduled for a protest hearing on March 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So I'll just.
Mr. Chairman, I have on my calendar from the mediation session that is scheduled for March 29. But maybe that's why you were surprised that it would be March 15th. I don't know if Mr. Bianco has the same date or a different date.
I also have March 29th.
All right, good to mention. I apologize. It is scheduled for March 29th. I have two different dates, but I'm looking at another document. So the protest hearing is scheduled for March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And so if this matter is going to be settled, I would inform the parties to let the agency know as soon as possible. So therefore we would not schedule an investigator for this case. So I know that the parties are. I don't need to review the instructions for. Do I need to review the instructions for protest hearing if this matter goes through a protest?
Applicant waives reading of instructions.
I'll waive it as well.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So this matter, as I said before, is scheduled for a protest hearing on March 29th at 1:30 p.m. If this matter is not settled, good luck with your discussions, and good luck with your discussions. And if there's any assistance the agency can provide, please reach out to us and we will provide that assistance. Okay. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
And Ms. Harris, on an unrelated matter, the answer is the board will grant the request. Okay, for this afternoon. Okay, so you don't have to appear. So we'll just make a decision, but you do not have to appear. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Have a great day, man. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have one more case. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm ahead of myself. So the next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00116, Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 117539. Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Johannes.
Yes, good morning.
Good
Sidon
morning.
Johannes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the licensee. And that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Ms. Harris, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning. All right, Ms. Johannes, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I will just state that a mediation needs to be scheduled or rescheduled. There was a mediation date. Applicant was not able to attend. Needs to follow up with Ms. Fletcher, assuming that Ms. Harris is still willing to attend the mediation. We need to reschedule that date and plan to do so.
Ms. Harris, we will, if the parties want us to schedule another mediation, the agency will move towards scheduling another mediation for this case.
Yes, we would like a rescheduled mediation as the applicant wasn't present for the mediation before, and we haven't heard from them since the mediation was missed by them.
All right, we will ensure that another date is provided for the mediation, and we'll try to do that as soon as possible, because this matter is scheduled for a show cause, a pre-hearing, a protest hearing on March 29th at 1:30 p.m. and March 29th at 1:30 p.m. Based on my calendar today, is going to be a very exciting day for Ms. Harris. But because there's several protest hearings scheduled for the 29th at 1:30, so I hope that the parties in all of these cases, I hope that the parties are having conversations, so therefore we'll know whether or not we're going to have, I think, 4 or 5 protests here in March 29th at 1:30 p.m. So we'll ensure that another mediation is scheduled for this case. Any other preliminary matter that needs to be brought to our attention?
Nothing for the licensee.
All right. So as I said before, if this matter is not settled, we have a protest hearing on March 29th at 1:30 p.m. Good luck with your negotiations, and as stated before, the agency will ensure that another mediation is scheduled in sufficient time prior to the 29th, so the parties can have mutual conversations. Okay?
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, then have a great day. Bye-bye. We now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case on our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 22 CMP 00096, Elements DC license number 118277. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00006, On the Rocks, license number 106695. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise that was provided to the board for its consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00067, Mario's, license number 118826. This case has also been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00083, Lynn Beer Company, license number 118555. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government, please?
Andrew Kelly, your access has been elevated. Stephen Ortiz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Who is Andrew Kelly? Is that your client, Ms. Johannes?
Yes, that is. He's my client.
All right, Mr. Kelly, if you have a camera, please turn that on, please. Okay. All right, fine. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
It's Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHEN ORTIZ.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Johannes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the licensee, SIDONYOHANNES.
Mr. Kelly, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and state your name, please?
Andrew Kelly, CEO of Aspen Beer Company, and DREWKELLEY.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case, sir?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on, just want to make sure that on March 29th. This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 29th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And just want to advise the parties that if this matter goes to a hearing, that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure on either side to exchange documents and witnesses, and if good cause is not shown, then the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days before the hearing. Any questions by either side, either party?
No questions from the district.
None for the licensee.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And have a great day, Mr. Ortiz. All right.
Thank you. You too.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00079, Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise that's been presented to the board for its consideration. All right. The next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing, case number 23-251-00004, Afro Lounge, license number 121774. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the ABRA investigator, and if there is a representative for the licensee for this case, please.
Beniam Tasu, your access has been elevated. Felicia Dantzler, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hold on 1 minute, please. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing, and I'm sorry, good morning, everyone. Let me have the licensee. I see two people, so can you please identify yourself?
Yes, how you doing? My name is Beniam, Beniam, last name Tasew, Tasew. I'm here on behalf of Afro Lounge.
And what's your relationship with the establishment, sir?
I'm the owner.
All right, who's the person sitting next to you, sir?
Hi, my name is Ted Yerdow. I'm a manager here at Afro Lounge.
Spell your name for us, please, sir.
First name Ted, T, Tango Echo Delta. Last name Yerdow, Yirdaw.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Dantzler.
Good morning. My name is Felicia Dantzler, investigator with ABRA, and I am having some challenges getting my video working.
We'll wait a minute for you to get your video to work, ma'am. And while we're waiting for Ms. Dantzler to get her video work, if you need to log off and log back on, ma'am, then this is an unfortunate tragic case. It appears that a shooting took place outside Afro Lounge, located at 3630 Georgia Avenue Northwest, which led to the death of a security guard. The report indicates that security company was not licensed to operate in the District of Columbia, and two security cameras were not functioning. I think one of the concerns that the board has here, we're concerned about the use of unlicensed security. And I think that's one of the major concerns that the agency has with this case. And so it's just this hearing, we're just gathering facts. No one will be sworn in. We are not, based on the fact-finding hearing, the board cannot legally order the licensee to take any specific action. The board can make suggestions, and the licensee can accept or reject them. But if the licensee decides that he's going to accept the suggestions by the board, then that's binding on the licensee. But I just want to let the licensee know that because it's a fact-finding hearing, we have not made a decision. We're just gathering facts. We have not made a decision. And so therefore, it's just an informal event. This is just a hearing, just gathering facts. And at the end of the hearing, the board will make a determination whether or not we will say there's no further action, or we might refer this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for further action if it's determined, if the board, as a result of this fact-finding hearing, determines that further actions are necessary. And I also want to there are some issues with cameras too, so I just will ask some cameras issues regarding the camera operation of this case. Are you, Ms. Dantzler, what is now going on with you, please?
Yeah, we can.
Is about to come right back on. It appears she got kicked out, but she's still visible.
I thought I'd ask her if maybe she needed to sign back out since she said she was having issues with her camera. I apologize for what's going on with the ABRA staff.
Not a problem at all, Mr. Chairman.
Oh wait. Let me ask Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Tessel. There, as I stated before, this is an unfortunate incident where it appears that one of your security guards happened to be an innocent bystander to and was a victim of a crime that occurred in the vicinity of your establishment. It does not appear that it was because of any specific action on your establishment's part that contributed to the incident that occurred. However, in doing the investigation, there were some concerns regarding your hiring you hiring security guards that were not licensed to work in the District of Columbia, and there were some issues with your cameras. So how many cameras do you currently have in your establishment, sir?
Okay. We have 16 cameras on the establishment.
And so you have cameras inside the establishment, you also have cameras outside the establishment, is that correct?
Yes. Even on the incident day, we did have a camera outside and inside, and we did give the footage to the inspector or the detective. But the other cameras that was in function on that day was like the storage camera and the basement cameras that was set up downstairs. They weren't in function on that day, but most of the camera that gets all of the place was covered.
So what is it that is done by you, sir, to ensure that your cameras are always working?
Since the incident, Mr. Chairman, if I may add, we overhauled.
I'm sorry, sir. Just introduce yourself for the record, because we have a court reporter.
Manager for ABRA Lounge. My name is Ted Yerdow. Since the incident, we overhauled our entire security camera system to the latest technology, 4K, upgraded the storage to 4 terabyte, and we added 8 more cameras, so we get a better visual for inside and outside. Most importantly, the outside. We only had 1 camera when the incident happened that showed the front of the entranceway to the establishment. But now we have a camera that shows the entire road, both sides, both angles, both directions, essentially. So we've taken these measures because we saw the need for it.
So you're saying you now have, how many cameras do you now have, sir?
16, sir.
16?
Yes, sir.
16. Now, regarding your security, normally, who's your security company? Who provides security to your establishment?
So I want to clarify something here. We don't need security. We were still a restaurant and a bar, but we had issues with consistently having employees on staff that that would show up to check IDs, especially when we get busier. So we contracted out a company that we actually was recommended to us. And we gave them our requirements to check ID, to adhere to ABRA regulations, and they would send us a person from the times that we requested, and all our patrons get carded inside upon entry, and then their servers, the service team also cards again to verify it, and that's how we've been operating. But we didn't have any requirement of having a security guard or none of that stuff.
It's not based on, but you do have. It's not whether or not you have a requirement or not. It's that, do you have security at your establishment?
We have someone checking IDs at the door. Yes.
All right. The person who checks ID Are they an employee of your establishment? Do they provide security?
We contract out from a company to get someone to come here and check IDs for us.
But they're not security. That's what you're saying. That's
No.
why I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to get a clarification. It's mine. I'm trying to get a clarification. Is that you have a contractor to check ID, but this person who is checking ID, it is not a security. It's not a security company that you hired to provide security for your facilities. Is that correct?
Not for security. For checking IDs, yes.
Okay. Okay. So you don't currently have any. I want, because that's one of the reasons why we have had this hearing, is that it was our understanding, and I'm going to ask Ms. Dantzler to talk about it. It was more, we were led to believe that the individual who was shot or in your establishment was providing security for your establishment, and then it was brought to our attention that the company was not licensed to provide security in the District of Columbia.
That we found that out at the same time. The detective is actually the person that told us, "Hey, did you guys know that this person is not allowed to carry here?" And I said, "Carry what?" We don't even know that he was carrying, because it's a different individual that they send us. We have some regularities, like, oh, so and so is coming back here to check IDs again. I said that's absolutely fine, and I've seen it in my previous experience too, where off-duty officers from Montgomery County or Virginia would come in, check IDs, make sure that everything is all right in the establishment. So that was what our understanding was. Upon following up with the detective, we said, oh, okay, we understand now. And we explained to him that we needed some consistency in checking IDs at the door, and having someone on payroll on our staff was becoming challenging. That's why we had to contract out.
Okay. So, all right. Ms. Dancer, can you identify yourself for the record, please? Ms. Dancer. Ms. Dancer.
I don't think she's in here anymore. I don't see her.
She's in front of my screen.
Oh, yeah. I see her.
Ms. Dantzler. Any questions? I'm sorry.
Type it for her. No problem.
What did you say, sir? Did you say something, sir?
I did. I said maybe she's has the speakers muted so she can't hear us. Maybe we can type it for her.
Anyway, any questions? Any questions of the licensee by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Thank you for taking time to come down to explain to us what occurred.
The least we could do, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being so obliging. Just for my edification, I've read some reports that were put in, and saw some information. Can you tell me exactly why you think you're here today before the board, starting with the night that the shooting occurred?
Well, it's my understanding that, the incident happened outside of our establishment, and an investigation happened, and we're discussing what the final findings of the investigation is, and how we can better, run the establishment in terms of having more security cameras and such.
Okay, well, I understand that. I heard your responses to our chairman, Anderson. And you're saying the person that was shot was working for you. Is that correct?
Was working for the company that we contracted, sir.
Well, was working for your establishment to check for IDs at your establishment, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So indirectly, you were hiring that person.
Absolutely. That's correct.
So the person was armed. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Was the person armed?
Yes, the detective told us that he was armed, yes.
Okay, so we know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just say, for my edification as a board member, what are you going to do about checking IDs from now on, or any other security issues you may have while you're operating your establishment?
So we have a person checking ID that's hired, that has a schedule, and henceforth, that's what we're doing. We have,
Is that person trained to check IDs? And if he is trained by whom?
we'd have to check with him again. We go with the ABRA book.
I don't mean to rush, but I don't want to belabor this.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know or didn't know, the last person didn't have any training or had a weapon, and now you're saying you have a new person who's going to be doing the same thing, and you don't have any idea if they've been trained to check IDs.
No, sir. So it's my understanding that we follow the ABRA, the DC ABRA booklet that shows all the IDs from all over the states and international IDs.
Let me say this to you. By reading a book, it's just like a driver's license. You can't get a driver's license by reading a book, but you have to go down and take a test, right? You have to prove that you know what you're talking about. So how would any ABRA investigator know this person checking your IDs knows anything about IDs other than looking in a book?
Well, Mr. Short, we are open to any suggestions, any recommendations.
How about training? Would you be willing to come in and have some training?
Absolutely.
Yes.
In fact,
absolutely.
In fact, in light of what happened in the dangerous situation that your employers and you and everyone there was placed with that night, maybe it would be good to have your whole staff trained regarding incidents of people doing ill harm or illegal crimes in or around your establishment. Do you think that would help?
I don't see why not.
Well, we can't make you or require you to do anything, but training for your staff and for yourselves might help you understand a little better what the investigators are looking for when they come out to your establishment, so you can work with them and help yourself and help ABRA to have a very safe business there on Georgia Avenue.
Absolutely, Mr. Short. For staffs, we do the tips training that is offered, to better serve our patrons and everything around us. If there is any other training that's available, we're willing to do it.
ID training especially is offered by ABRA. Did you know that?
Okay. I had no idea, sir. No, sir.
No idea. Okay. Well, maybe when you come in to ABRA yourself as a security person and the owner, you would know, because if you don't know, how can you tell the person you're hiring what to do?
Okay. You're correct.
Maybe you need to enlist in some of the training at ABRA, and hopefully that won't cause you anything but great things to happen for your business.
Absolutely. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
I don't know if Investigator Densler is able to answer your questions, but I have some questions for her. But do you want to go back to her first to get it back into sequence of letting the investigator speak, or how do you want to proceed?
Ms. Densler?
You hear me?
I can't really hear you, Ms. Densler, for you to participate in this hearing.
Okay, I've changed locations. There's obviously some sort of connectivity issues. I see myself moving intermittently, so I have no control over that. And I can try and present.
Ms. Densler?
Yes.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Felicia Dantzler.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm sorry, repeat.
So where are you currently employed, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And we're here at a fact finding hearing regarding the ABRA Lounge. What, if anything, do you know about the incident that occurred at this establishment in March of 23?
On Saturday, December 24th, which was Christmas Eve 2022, my supervisor, investigator, Mark Brashears, alerted me to a shooting that occurred at ABRA Lounge and instructed me to go to the location. At approximately 1 o'clock in the morning or so, SI Brashears and myself arrived at ABRA Lounge and learned that the area was cordoned off with tape, police tape, as well as scout cars. We made our identifications known to the police officers, and there we learned that a security guard working for the establishment was shot and killed, and his body was still on scene. So SI Brashears and myself waited a while to see if we can interview any of the witnesses that were at the establishment. We were unable to. Approximately an hour later, around 2:30 in the morning, I returned to ABRA Lounge and observed the same restrictions with the streets, and learned that the scene was still active with patient. And so on the night of the incident, I was unable to do any interviews. Upon my return to work the next night, I visited the establishment around 8:05. I found the establishment closed. However, I saw 2 individuals inside the establishment. I made eye contact, whom I later learned was Tasu Biniam. He came to the door and identified himself as one of the owners. I identified myself to him. I'm sorry. I identified myself to Mr. Biniam. I told him that I was there to do an inspection and to speak with them about what they learned about the shooting. From Mr. Biniam, I understand that the decedent did work for a security company, that he was sitting inside the establishment. There were approximately 12 to 13 patrons inside. The decedent saw through the window that there were patrons who were coming to the establishment. So he went outside to greet them and to do his identification checks. And almost soon thereafter, Mr. Biniam stated that he heard between 20 and 30 rounds of gunfire outside. Once everything settled, at that time is when they learned that the decedent security guard was hit by gunfire. Mr. Biniam shared that usually there's a police officer in the block, and there was a police officer who was immediately on the scene. So I did ask about the video equipment, to which I learned that the establishment had 8 cameras installed. However, only 6 cameras were working. But I did a regulatory inspection and no additional ABRA violations were found. I went on with my investigation on January the 4th and spoke with 2 homicide detectives, Detective Pavero and Detective Rador, to which I learned that their investigation revealed that the victim, and the victim, should I say, really in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that their intelligence showed that there is a gang that's in the area, and that Manny and Olga seems to be the focal point of where this activity tends to be, and that they do believe that the security officer was not, nor was the establishment, the target of the gunfire. They were just, unfortunately, in the wrong place at the wrong time. I also learned that the name of the security company is called Black Label, and I believe they're out of Maryland. I checked with the security officers management branch to see if this security company is registered in the District of Columbia, and learned that they are not registered in DC. I also learned that Afro Lounge does not have a settlement agreement nor a security plan, and I have no further initial testimony.
Ms. Dantzler, did you, and your video, can you turn your video off, ma'am? And let me see if the audio gets better.
Okay.
Ms. Dantzler?
Yes.
Did you, were there any ABRA violations?
I did learn that there is an ABRA violation because the establishment is not required to have security cameras because they're not a nightclub, and there's no board order that I found that they needed security cameras. They fell into the scope of having a violation because they voluntarily installed security cameras.
But there's no.
And so they're governed by the regulation.
But there's no. But you didn't charge them with the ABRA violation because there was no requirement for them to have a security plan, or there's no settlement agreement. There's no security plan. So as far as the agency is concerned, there's no requirement for them to have security or cameras. Isn't that correct?
Yes, because of that, yes, the voluntarily installing them still puts them at the requirements to have operational cameras.
I find that if someone volunteers to do something, that we're going to say that we're going to find them with a violation because there's no requirement by law, statute, for them to have cameras. So I will leave. But I just wanted, in your report, you did not find a violation in the report that you wrote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you hear the testimony where the general? I'm sorry, Mr. Denin. What's your role again at the establishment?
Afro Lounge.
No, I'm sorry. The general, is he the general manager? The other
Manager.
Manager.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Miss, and your name again, sir?
Ted Yerdow.
Mr. Yerdo. Now, Miss Dancer, did you hear what Mr. Yerdo said, that the person who was at the door was not providing security? Why is it that you're saying that this was a security guard providing security?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Not you, sir. I'm asking Miss Dancer.
Well, I didn't hear the application.
The representation that was made by the establishment is that the person at the person that you're stating is the security, their job was only to check ID. They did not provide security. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that you're saying that the security company was not licensed in the District of Columbia, but if they are not required to provide security by a settlement agreement or a security plan, and as represented by them, the person was not working as a security guard. So explain that to me then.
Well, my notes came in my actual face-to-face meeting with Mr. Biniam came less than 24 hours after the shooting, and those notes were contemporaneous to the incident. So, I'll leave it up to the board to determine credibility as to what statements are factual.
No, I'm not asking. It's not credibility. I'm asking. He said that the person was just providing. The person was, and I'm just trying to get clarification from your perspective. They're saying that and you are correct that there's no security plan, there's no settlement agreement. Let me ask you a question. Is the ABRA Lounge, as far as ABRA is concerned, are they required to have security? Are you aware of any rules or regulations that this establishment is required to have security?
Our regulations does not require
All right.
a restaurant to have.
So because they're a restaurant and there's no settlement agreement and there's no security plan, they're not required to have security. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, but you're saying that at least in your report, were you told by the establishment that the individual who was shot, that individual was providing security for the establishment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Mr. Grandis, you said you have some questions for Ms. Dantzler.
Correct. And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for getting back to me. Investigator Dantzler, thank you for your presentation. To me, this is sort of like an onion that has several layers that somewhat may not really involve the licensee, but unfortunately, based on what happened, it seems to drag the licensee in. That's how, to me, there's like an onion here with several layers. So then trying to peel this for me, I know you've stated in your presentation that there was no relationship between the person hired to do the door check and the shooting. But could you go back to your report that you submitted, the investigative report, to page 2 at the bottom? And that paragraph starting on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. Could you just read that paragraph starting with on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, just to, I think, help me understand what you learned about the individual who was shot?
Certainly. On Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, L.I. spoke with the homicide detective Pavero and Brian Brador and learned that their investigation revealed there were no physical or verbal altercations inside ABRA Lounge prior to the shooting. Detective Brador stated that their intelligence showed a gang named the Rock Creek Church Road gang hung out at Manny and Olga's, an eatery only a few doors away from ABRA Lounge. MPD believed that the decedent and patrons were in the wrong place at the wrong time when the gunman, possible rival gang members, in parentheses, fired multiple rounds in the block, striking not only people but damaging several properties, including Manny and Olga's property.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so if the person who was looking at people's ID was not actually hired by the establishment that evening, but happened just to be in that area where this unfortunate shooting occurred, we wouldn't even be discussing the shooting incident, would we?
Correct.
Okay. So it looks like, in my view, that the establishment maybe has brought some confusion to at least this presentation, because they didn't use their own employee staff member to do door check, which they could do if that was a business model, but they went to a security company to hire someone not to provide security, but just to do door checks. So to me, that brings confusion in. Would you agree that if they had been using a staff member, that there would not be a discussion about a security company, would there?
Correct, and I'm not confused.
But I thought we had information that the establishment hired this person simply to do carding, make sure people were of a certain age to go in there. Am I incorrect on that?
You're not.
Okay. So it seems like another layer is these cameras. And as our chairman has stated, there was no board order, there was no agreement, settlement agreement, and there was no offer by the licensee to even install cameras. So the camera issue is important to us, but it's not really a violation because there was no requirement to have cameras, correct?
I only agree to the word required, but our language speaks to those licensees who voluntarily install cameras. Their responsibility is not removed simply because the word required is not there for them. If you voluntarily install the cameras, you are to honor all the requirements of having the installation and the operation of those cameras, the functionality of it.
You know, Investigator Dantzler, I think I have a reputation of being concerned that cameras be operating, but it is sort of confusing to me that we would be punishing a licensee who's not required to do something other than providing a warning to say, look, if you're going to have cameras, here are the rules under our cameras. But it doesn't seem like that it's an encouragement to install cameras if we're going to cite them for having something that actually is beneficial but is not required. And I do agree with you. These cameras should be working, but I think that it should be in a relationship that explains to them, you know, where you can't would you let us come in and see where your cameras are? Would you let us help you with how they should be focused to get the right type of information that the licensee would benefit from, as well as the investigator? So are we here because of this unfortunate circumstance that someone gets killed that happens to be working for them that evening? Or are we here for the cameras? Are we here for what do you think? What's the purpose of them being here today, Ms. Dantzler?
We are here because unfortunately of the death of the security person, which shed light that the establishment has cameras installed. They had 8, and 6 of the cameras were working. What I hope not to happen is that someone, a licensee who voluntarily installs cameras are penalized for a voluntary act to improve its operations and transparency. I'm the messenger. The law is written
Yes.
as it
Yes,
is.
yes.
And you guys are the trier of facts.
Yes.
And I'm going to
So,
rely on
Ms.
you guys
yeah,
to
Ms.
do what is
Chancellor,
fair to the for
yeah,
the
Ms.
licensee.
Chancellor, I very much appreciate what you brought today, and I think your information is very helpful to us. So this is not about a concern I have with the investigation, but I think that if they had used their own employee, that would have taken away the whole conversation about security or not security. But I do think they complicated this by going to a security company, which quite frankly, under their current license, are not even required to do. But perhaps they could solve the problem by making sure that the cameras they have now, that they say now are 16, I think I heard them testify, that they invite the ABRA investigating staff to come in and make sure they're focused right. So, you know, I just think that this, like you read, it's unfortunate that there seems to be people who got harmed or murdered that just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So, like I said, I really think that this individual who got murdered should not cause a problem for this licensee, other than to learn from this situation on what kind of person they should be using for checking ID as opposed to doing security, because they're very different. They're very different processes. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for letting me try to peel this onion back, because I think it's a very complicated situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greatness. Any other questions by any other board members?
May I answer to Mr. Grandis' last statement?
But that's not required, Ms. Dantzler. Okay. There's no need for you to respond, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Teffo, as you're aware, we've been talking a lot about cameras. You're not required to have cameras. You have now put on the record that you do have 16 operating cameras in your establishment. Would you agree for our enforcement division to come to your establishment and look at the placement of cameras to make sure that you do not have any blind spots, either in the establishment or in front of the establishment, sir?
Yeah, definitely. We can schedule one of the days and they can
I'm
come.
sorry, what did you say, sir? I can't.
Yes, we can schedule a day. They can come, and check the cameras anytime they want.
All right, fine. So we'll have enforcement come out and look at your camera placement to ensure that at least you're not required to have cameras, but since you've informed us so, and because of the incident that occurred, the unfortunate incident, it appears that since you have cameras, there are some areas that are not properly covered. So we will, you're agreeing for us to do that. Now, I just want the record to be clear. Do you hire security at your establishment, sir?
I'm sorry, do we hire security?
Yes.
No, we don't need a security. We just hire somebody that checks ID for us.
I'm asking a different question.
Yes.
Yeah. It's your representation that you do not hire outside security for your establishment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That the person who's at the door, they're not working in a security capacity. Their only job is to check IDs. Is that your representation, sir?
Yes.
And as an FYI, there is a requirement within the District of Columbia that if you're hiring security, that security company must be licensed to practice security in the District of Columbia. So I'm now notifying you that if you are hiring any security company that within the District of Columbia, that company must be licensed by DC to provide security.
Okay.
You heard the statements by the investigator. Is there any questions that you want to ask of the investigator based on the reading of her report, sir?
Do I have any questions? You got a question?
No question. If I may add anything, again, my name is Ted Yerdell, manager at Afro Lounge. We did sign up with the MPD's service detail. That's one thing that I want to add. And we've been speaking with Brenda Smith with the MPD, but it's been very hard getting a detail out here because of scheduling and how the MPD is stretched thin, essentially. Also, I've been looking at the best practices for nightlife establishment guideline. But even though we're not, just to see the what other things that we could do to better, protect ourselves and our patrons. I want to look into Mr. Short's suggestion on training to check ID, and we want to make sure that all our staff is going to be trained on that. And if there is anything else that you guys recommend, we're more than willing to go about it.
Now let me ask you a question. You have a license
Yes, sir.
as a restaurant.
Yes, sir.
So what are your hours of operation?
We open at 4 o'clock, and we stay until midnight on weekdays, and then Friday, Saturdays we stay open until 1 or 2. Okay.
So you close at so what happens? You close at 2. So when is it that what time do you close your kitchen?
Oh, we stay open
till late.
So your kitchen is open till 2.
Yes, sir.
And so tell me what does your late night activity look like?
It's mostly, it's relaxing, laid back vibes where people come in, grab wings and a beer, wine, champagne. We have plenty of appetizers and snacks for people that have been out, on a high-paced or a fast activity bars. They would come in, and the music that we play is Afrobeat music, so it's more common conversation. It's more of a date night and friends hanging out, having a conversation.
Do you have like a dance floor or anything like that?
Not necessarily a dance floor, but I mean, you can dance anywhere.
Well, I know, but I'm just asking.
It's a very tight space, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, so it's not that much of a dance floor.
What's the capacity on your license?
98, right? I gotta look at it. That's it. Luckily, we're here, so.
But capacity is
40 actually.
40. So how do you come up with that? Anyway, I'll leave that line of questions alone. Okay. So your capacity is 40.
Yes,
all right.
Sir. We're a very small space.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions by any board members based on the questions that I asked? Any questions by any board members? All right. Mr. Tassau, I know that the only agreement that we have here today is that you have agreed for the agency to do a walkthrough to look at your camera placement. And so therefore we will follow up with you to have that done. As I stated before, the fact finding hearing, we're just trying to gather information, and the board will think about what the next steps are in this case. Basically, the two options are no further action, or if we believe that some type of violation occurs, then we will refer this. Yes, Mr. Short?
Mr. Chair, I thought that the licensee had agreed to training, and you didn't state that in your last official, because what you say is official on a record. They agreed that they would come to ABRA for training. Is that going to be a part of what they agreed, be a part of what your statement was?
So, Mr. Tessa, is that something that you're agreeing that your establishment will come into the agency to participate in the next training that's available for your establishment, sir?
Yes, definitely.
All right. So we will provide information to you regarding the next scheduled training, and that you have agreed that you will participate. So the two agreements that we have is that you'll participate in the training regarding basically the operation in the sense of IDs and best practices to operate your establishment, and also that the agency will do a walkthrough of the establishment to look at camera placement. Okay, so as I stated before, we will make a decision. Whatever decision we make, you have agreed to the walkthrough and the training, and we will decide whether or not there is if there is either no further action, or whether or not we believe that we will refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for further action. But I want to thank you for your participation in this hearing today. And if you have no other questions, have a great day.
You too, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Folks, have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you. All right then. Bye-bye. All right, so that was the last matter on our agenda. I believe we have I'm sorry. That's the last item on our calendar for this morning. It's 12:32. Our agendas are very long. Let me see. This afternoon we're going to have one hearing this afternoon at 1:30. And just by show of hands, does the board wish to go to lunch at this moment, or do they want me to do the agenda items, which is going to be elongated, or should we just address the agendas after our 1:30 hearing?
Probably the evening by then, but yes.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Miss?
Can we do the agendas in what's likely to be the evening by then? But yes.
No,
Later.
the hearing at 1:30 is going to be a short hearing.
Okay.
So we
can do them in the afternoon.
All right. So what we'll do is that we'll take a lunch break, and we'll ask. So we're adjourned for the morning, so we'll take a lunch break. I'll ask all board members to come back at 1:15 for our and to join executive, and we'll come back for the public hearing at 1:30. And we only have one hearing this afternoon, which is a civil infraction. It's a civil penalty rulemaking. That's the only hearing that we have this afternoon, and that should be relatively short. Okay. Hold on. Let me before I get off there. All right. So we are in recess until executive committee at 1:30, and the public hearing at executive committee at 1:15, and the public hearing at 1:30. Have a great morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other ABC board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the 6 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum. This afternoon, we have there are 5 cases on our calendar, and just want to let you know that before there are 5 cases on our calendar. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and equipment. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So for our afternoon, the first case on our afternoon calendar, it's the civil penalty rulemaking. And we're here today pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25830 to conduct a public hearing and take comment on a proposed rulemaking that amends the existing ABRA civil penalty schedule set forth in Section 800 of Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations. The civil penalty schedule was last updated in 2020. The proposed rules are intended to update the existing schedule by 1, including new infractions and penalties, 2, removing duplicative infractions, and 3, amending the descriptions of existing infractions. By way of background, the board approved the civil penalty schedule notice of proposed rulemaking on August 15th, 2022, 6-0. On February 24th, 2023, the proposed rulemaking was published in the DC Register for notice and public comment. ABRA did not receive notification from any witnesses in advance of today's hearing regarding their desire to address the board. Therefore, the board will entertain comments from anyone present today who wishes to be heard. Please limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. If there are any time left at the end of the hearing, the board will consider granting additional time to individuals. If you have prepared written remarks, please email them to abra.legal@dc.gov. Mr. Oriena, is there anyone online who wishes to participate in this public hearing today?
I only see investigator Mark Ruiz present.
All right, so no one's online. All right, there are, since there's no one online, this matter we will well, there's no one online, so the record will remain open. I don't have the record will remain open for a short period of time for additional comments, and the board then will move towards finalizing these rules since there are no comments from the public. So thank you. Since there's no one here to testify, so let's then move on to our other agenda item today. The next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing case number 23-251-00003, Air Restaurant, license number 117404. This case has been rescheduled to March 15th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00025, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This case has been rescheduled to March 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 22 PRO 00140, Mariachi Lounge Bar and Grill, license number 1222495. This case has been, the board, this matter, I'm going to say it this way, we're not having this hearing today, but the board will vote later on this afternoon on our legal agenda, regarding further action regarding this case. And the next case is case number 22 PRO 00117, the Dirty Goose, license number 101299. The parties have requested a 1-week extension for the ANC to take the settlement agreement to vote at their ANC meeting tomorrow. So I'll make a motion that the board continue this case for 1 week. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now at the end of our calendar for this afternoon. So since we're at the end of our calendar for the afternoon, let us now move to our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated February 21st, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00096, Elements DC, license number 118277. The offer in compromise as follows. Charge 1, failure to follow settlement agreement. Failure to follow settlement agreement, DC Code Section 2582386. There's a fine of $250 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, operate a summer garden without the endorsement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I need to correct the record before we move on. I need to go back to the motions that I made regarding protest the case number 22 PRO 00117. I misspoke. The ANC had requested for a 3-week. They had requested 3 weeks that we postpone this matter for 3 weeks for them to take the settlement agreement back to the full ANC for the meeting to be voted upon. So I want to amend the motion that was made. I said 1 week, but it's a 3-week request that was made by the ANC. Was there someone willing to second my amended motion?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote again on the amended motion to postpone case number 22 PRO 00117, the Dirty Goose, for 3 weeks. And so, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0 to postpone the Dirty Goose for 3 weeks. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go back to our legal agenda. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated February 25th, 2023 for case number 21 CMP 00006 on the rocks, license number 106695. The offer in compromise for this case is charge failure to comply with structural requirements, first secondary tier violation within 2 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-761. There is a fine of $250 to be paid within 30 days, or the ABC license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our legal agenda, a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing. A review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated February 27th, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00079, Boulevard Lounge, license number 115385. The OIC is as follows. Charge 1, interfered in an ABRA investigation. DC Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 25-82385. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, allowed a third party to control security. Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 25797B. Again, there is a $1,000 fine for this charge to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, operated outside of approved hours. Statutory Authority, DC Code Section 25762B13. There is also a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated February 27th, 2023, the case number 22 CMP 00067, Mario's license number 118826. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, operated a summer garden without the endorsement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. A warning will be issued. Charge 2, failed provided entertainment without the endorsement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113.01B1. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If the payment is not made within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the payment is made. Charge number 3, no ABC manager, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There's a $250 fine payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If the payment is not made within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the payment has been made. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated January 12, 2023 by and between an Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and Aurora Market, license number 123567. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated January 21st, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and PACCIO, PACCI, PACCI's Trattoria, TRATTORIA. The license number is 123546. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of a settlement agreement dated February 22nd, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and Sankofa Cafe, license number 118499. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of request for consent motion to consolidate protest hearing dated February 27, 2023 for case numbers 2022 PRO 000158 and case number 2022 PRO 00159. This is Wet Dog, license number 096176. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of request for consent motion to continue protest hearing dated February 25th, 2023. This is for Flash, license number 090823. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of the second motion for reconsideration dismissing group protest dated February 20th, 2023. This is for Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of applicant's opposition to second motion for reconsideration dismissing group protest dated February 21st, 2023. This is Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. This matter is now moot. Number 12, review of reply to applicant's opposition to second motion for reconsideration dismissing group protest dated February 22nd, 2023. This again in the Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. This is also moot. Number 13, review of ANC 6B's correspondence supporting the second motion for reconsideration dismissing group protest dated February 15th, 2023. This is in Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. This is just an FYI for the board. Number 14, review of applicant's request to suspend the adjudication of the substantial change application, Games of Skills, dated February 14th, 2023. This is in Buho's, B-U-H-O's Restaurant, license number 115711. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 15, review of ANC 4D's motion for reinstatement of dismissed protest dated February 15th, 2023. This is the Mariachi Lounge Bar and Grill, license number 122495. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 16, review of request to vacate board order number 2023-078 dated February 16th, 2023. License approved was rescinded on February 15th, 2023, pursuant to board order number 2023-078. This is for Pop Social license number 112530. I make a motion that we approve this request, provided they pay all fees to reinstate the license. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. Number 17, review of applicant's motion to continue mediation case number 21PRO00025, dated February 21st, 2023. This is in Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward
Bobby Cato,
Grandis.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 18, review of applicant's motion to dismiss Christopher Conrad as protestant in case number 2021PRO00025, dated February 21st, 2023. This is for Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 19, review of protestant Conrad's motion to file an amended opposition to the applicant's motion to dismiss Christopher Conrad, dated February 22nd, 2023. This is in the Holiday Liquors case, license number 091095. This is now moot. Number 20, review of protestant Conrad's amended opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss Christopher Conrad, dated February 22nd, 2023. This is in Holiday Liquors license number 091095. This is also moot. Number 21, review of applicants' reply to amended opposition to motion to dismiss protest in Conrad as protested in case number 21 PRO 00025 dated February 27th, 2023. This is in Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. This is also moot. Number 22, review of protestants Conrad's third reply in opposition to motion to dismiss protestant Christopher Conrad dated February 27th, 2023. This is in Holiday Liquors, license number 091095. This is also moot. Number 23, review of correspondence from Thomas Vassar Esquire, Counsel for Vegas Lounge, dated February 15th, 2023. This is in Vegas Lounge, license number 001273. This is just an FYI for the board. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request for temporary operating retail permit, TORP. This is for Big Value Liquor, license number 124074. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Brandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for class change from Retail SC Restaurant to Retail SC Tavern. This is for Fire Iron Golf DC, license number 117509. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of architectural floor plans for a new full-service grocery store. This is for Lidell, license number 119890. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review architectural floor plans for a new full-service grocery store. This is for Streets Market, license number 123846. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review letter of requests to apply for non-contiguous expansion of the establishment in a space on the same block. This is for Republic Restoratives, license number 101343. I make a motion that we approve this matter with the stipulation that use of facility will be for production and storage operations only. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for DC Capitol Square Bar and Grill. The license number 8000. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Lola's. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for change of hours. This is for Paste and Ryan Cheese Company, license number 122723. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed
Ms.
Grandis will
Crockett
second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application for change of hours inside the premises only. This is for Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Crockett seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review application for change of hours for Sidewalk Cafe only. This is for Colada Shop, license number 121076. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review application for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at made-to-measure cocktails at 2221B Adams Place Northeast. This request has been made by Baby Shank, license number 121545. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review application for an off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at made-to-measure cocktails, 2221-B Adams Place Northeast. Excuse me. The request has been made by Eaton, DC, Allegory, Wild Days, license number 123549. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Debbie Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review application for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 72 Florida Avenue Northeast, Unit 4009. This request has been made by Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Trustee Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson said she agreed. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Parlor Victoria, license number 119917. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review request to remove the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Exchange Limited, license number 001269. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 16, review request for approval to provide a gift of spirits rack product displays branded with the Cantera Negra tequila brand that does not exceed $500 in value to various off-premise retail establishments. The request has been made by Duchette, DEUTESCH, Family Wine and Spirits, license number S23SC00598. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Excuse me. Number 17, review application for manager's license. This is for Sean Bernard, license number 123427. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett
Cato,
seconds.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 16 licensees on this docket. I will provide you the name, the category, license class category, the event, the date, the license number, and the attendance. At the end of the list, I will ask for I'll make a motion for the board to grant these applications. So the first request is a request from Christopher Cushman. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for fish fry, March 3rd, 2023. The license number is 124024, 300 attendees with 6 security guards. Number 2, a request from Jonathan Fonti, F-O-N-T-I, a one-day license class F. This is a wedding reception on April 15th, 2023. The license number is 124049, 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from Naif Isaac Issa, Nayef, last name is ISSA. It's a 1-day license class G. This is the date of the event is March 3rd through the 23rd. I'm sorry, March 3rd through March 4th. The license number is 124067, and there are 700 attendees, 14 security guards, and the enforcement division will monitor this event. Number 4, a request from Jasmine Hicks, a 1-day license class G. This is a gala on March 11th, 2023. The license number is 124038, 75 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 5, a request from Patrick D. Batista for a 1-day license class G. This is for a gala. This is on March 11th, 2023. The license number is 124094, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 6, another request from Patrick D. Batista, a 1-day license class G, a gala, March 24th, 2023. The license number is 124097, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 7, a request from Fiona Sityar, Sityar, a 1-day license class G, wedding reception, April 14th, 2023. License number is 124087, 700 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, a request from Carlos Valdez, a 1-day license class G, wedding reception, April 28th, 2023. The license number is 124065, 130 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9, a request from Nick Johannes, Yohannes, a 1-day license class G, wedding ceremony and reception. This is on May 5th, 2023. The license number is 124066, 140 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, a request from Anai Limbar, ANAI, last name LIMBER, a 1-day license class G, wedding/baptism, May 7th, 2023. License number is 124030, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 11, a request from Nelly Sports Bar, 1-day substantial change. This is for their anniversary celebration. It's March 11th, 2023. The nature of the substantial change to use license off premises at St. Thomas Episcopal Church, 157 15th Street, 1517 18th Street Northwest. The request, the license number is 075240. Their substantial change license is 23 SC 00594. They're asking for 120 attendees, 3 security guards, and the enforcement division will monitor this event. Number 12, a request from Bunker, 1-day substantial change. This is on April 1st. The nature of substantial change to extend hours of operation from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Sales and service of alcohol prohibited between the hours of substantial change. The license number is 122706. The substantial change number is 23 SC 00600, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 13, Project DC events, DC Potter Crawl. This is a 1-day substantial change for pub crawl. They're asking for 2,000 participants. This is on April 29th, 2023 for the license number is 105182. The substantial change license is 22 PCE 00004. Number 14, a request from Lindy Promotional. This is Crawl de Amigos, a 1-day substantial change for their pub crawl. They're asking for 2,000 participants. This is a Crawl de Amigos on April 29th, 2023. The license number is 110455. The substantial change The substantial change is 23 PCE 000007. Number 15 is another request from Lindy Promotions. This is for Drink for America pub crawl substantial change. They're asking for 2,000 participants. This is Drink for America. This is July 1st, 2023. The license number is 110455. The substantial change license 23 PCE 00008. Number 16 is another request from Lindy Promotions. Saved by the 90s, a one-day substantial change pub crawl limited to 2,000 folks. Lindy Promotions, this is August 13th, 2023. The license number is 110455. And so therefore I make a motion that the ABC board grants these requests. Approve these requests? Is there a second?
Seconds. Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Dr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Chairman, I agree, but I want to abstain on 13 through 15, I believe. That's what I'm checking.
All right, so Mr. Grandis will abstain from voting in number 13 through 15. So all the, all right.
Those are the bar crawls that I'm
Yes.
abstaining from. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's move on to a second portion of our one-day substantial change. I'm asking ABC board to retroactively approve these requests that occurred while the board was on recess. The first, there are 5 events, 5 applications that occurred. So I'm asking for the board to retroactively approve these while we were on recess. The first request was from Angela Hill for a 50th birthday party. This was on February 25th, 2023. The license number is 124034. There were 60 attendees, 2 security guards. And number 2, a request from Fatten, Fatten, Hulis, Huleis, a one-day substantial change, Class F. This was a birthday party on February 25th, 2023. The license number is 124010. 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 3, a request from Nayef Isaac, Nayef ISSA, a one-day license Class G. This was a gala. This is from February 24th to February 25th. The license number is 124012. 700 attendees, 14 security guards. Number 4, a request from Steve Billidas, Billidas, a one-day license Class G reception, March. This is on March 1st, 2023. The license number is 124069. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. And number 5, a request from Levi at DC United, a one-day substantial change. It was a pre-game tailgate party. This was February 25th, 2023. The nature of substantial change to host pre-game tailgate directly in front of the stadium at Audi Field. The license number is 060462. Substantial change license is 23 SC 00569. 1,500 attendees, 30 security guards. I make a motion that the ABC board retroactively approve these events. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Dr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our final.
Mr. Chairman?
agenda. Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I just want to make sure the record is clear. I just went back through the agendas that we were talking about, and it's number 13 through 16. that I abstain from. I support the others. And I just want to, for the record, to note that the request that I see on our agenda is for 1,000, but we approved 2,000. And that is my concern here, that I would support the 1,000 for each of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I will, the record reflects that you, on the previous agenda item, you abstained from number 13 through number 16. All right, I'll make sure that when the application goes out, it reflects that you abstained from voting on those matters. All right, so the last agenda item for the day is the license administrative docket. On the license administrative docket, there are 22 applicants. This is the final process before the ABC board issues a license or make changes to already existing license. So for the 22 events, I'm sorry, the 22 applicants, I will read the names and then the names, the category, what's being requested, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve. The first request is from Stacy Cloud, license number 110808. They are Retailer C Restaurant trade name change application. The new name for this now establishment is Spacey Cloud Casa Cantuta, Kantuta. Number 2, Tartuga Caribbean Bar and Grill, license number 107183. They're Retailer C Restaurant. This is a trade name change application. The new name is now Playa Ocho Cantina. Number 3, Enid Silva LLC, trade name to be determined. They are a Retailer C Restaurant. The new trade name is now Meli Meza Club, MELIMEZZE Club. Number 4, Traverse DC, THAIVERSC. The license number is 121690. Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is Traverse DC Stepchild, CHILDE Harold. Number 5, Historic Congressional Cemetery, license number 117891. They are Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility. Letter of request to remove the officers Kimberly Sullivan, managing member, and Sarah KIRSPEL as vice president. Number 6, Historical Congressional Cemetery, license number 117891. They are Retailer CX Multipurpose Facility. Change of officers application, adding Jacelyn A. Spainhauer, president, and Anthony J. ORLIKOFF, director. Number 7, Harvest Tide Steakhouse, license number 118108. Retailer C Restaurant Entertainment Endorsement Application. Number 8, Fight Club Restaurant, license number 121407. Retailer C Restaurant Entertainment Endorsement Application. Number 9, Sushi Snob, license number 122654. Retailer D Restaurant Change of Hours Application. Number 10, Capital Yacht Club, license number 001324. Retailer CX Club Change of Officers Application. Melanie M. Locke, VP, and Jeffrey M. Sheets, Vice President. Number 11, Pink Taco, license number 119694. Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Angelino Piertunti, Pietrunti, as Vice President. Number 12, Hotel Tabard Inn, license number 001445. Retailer B Beer and Wine, class change application from retailer class B to retailer class A. Number 13, Hotel Tabard Inn, license number 121460. Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer Felice Cohen and change of officer application to add Jeremiah S. Cohen, shareholder. Number 14, Serengeti Restaurant Lounge, license number 123439, caterer's license, letter of request to remove the officer Felice Cohen and change of officer application to add Jeremiah S. Cohen, shareholder. Number 15, Queen's Bar and Lounge, license number 123778, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 16, Ahura Market, license number 123567, caterer's license, new ABC license application. Number 17, Arikay LLC, Arekay LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 123646. Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale into safekeeping. Number 18, Twale, Tawle, license number 122616. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 19, Char Bar, license number 123676. Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, ABT Liquor, license number 112278. Retailer A Liquor Store, change of ownership interest application. Number 21, Wayland's Liquor, license number 123913. Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 22, Agave Mexican Restaurant, license number 110928. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed. 6-0-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items. And if there's no further business, then we will adjourn for the day. So let me read the closing statements. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 8th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, license, and investigative agenda for March 8th, 2023, as published in the DC Register on March 3rd, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Before that has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in a timely manner as practical. All right, we are now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in the hearing. I'd also like to thank all our ABC Board members who participated today in our hearing. We're now adjourned for the day. I now request that all ABC Board members return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a great day.